The agenda, any additions or deletions?
Mr. Chairman, 9.2 Urban Community Resource Center, Councillor Hawk has asked for that to be added to the agenda. And if you guys are good with that, and then also 10.3, the multi-purpose buildings. We looked at the proposals yesterday, and it is emergent in nature. We need to discuss them.
Yes, that one. I believe they're both emergent, so does anybody have any differences on that? Okay, with those two added, Blaine's moving the agenda. Thank you, Blaine. Vote. Okay, that's carried. Minutes from last meeting. Lloyd's moving the minutes. Any questions or comments on them? Not seeing any. Vote. Much better. That's carried. 4.1, Terrelyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is bylaw 2023-07, land use amendment on page 6. The recommended motion is council move first reading of bylaw 2023-07.
Richard's moving first reading. Vote. 4.0, sorry. It's carried. 4.2, Terrelyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is bylaw 2023-08, road closure Dunmore. It is on page 11. The recommended motion is that council provide first reading to bylaw 2023-08.
Thank you. Michelle, you want to move that one? Sure. Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. 4.3, Terrelyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2023-09, land use amendment. It's on page 16. The recommended motion is that council defeat first reading of bylaw 2023-09 as it does not comply with the IDP.
Thank you, Terrelyn. I'd like to add to that one before we do, since the whole time I've been on council, we've always given first reading, and we let the people come in and speak on their behalf of it. Whether it's not on the IDP or not, I still feel a person should have the chance to speak. So just 10 years of me being here, we've never turned down first reading, so I don't think I want to be the leader that starts that. So, Robin?
Yeah, I agree, and I think that this one is also one that we could potentially, we've been trying to initiate some conversations regionally with this, and perhaps by going to second and having the ability to have a public hearing, maybe that encourages some continued conversation as well.
So you're moving it on that? Nope.
I sure could. Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on it? Not seeing any? Vote. You're good? That is carried.
Yeah, I think I misunderstood.
I misunderstood the motion. So if that's carried, then it means that it's defeated.
My motion was to move it.
Yes,
it
our
might-
recommended motion was to defeat because it doesn't comply with the IDP. Councillor Kirby-White changed it to allow first,
Motion to accept, yeah.
to accept first reading.
Sorry, I didn't clarify that. Do you
So,
want to
yeah, that
revote?
Vote, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
Motion to approve first reading.
Yes.
That is the motion on the floor.
Okay,
Everybody's clear now?
yeah.
Vote. There we go. Yeah, we're through. It was carried. Yeah.
Sorry, I was,
Okay, sorry for the confusion on that, guys.
yes, my simple mind.
Don't start. 5.1, Carolyn. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. February 2023 operating update, page 21. Is there any questions?
Shane.
No question.
Would you like to move that then, sir?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Yes, I will.
You have the floor now if you thought of something. Okay. Does anybody have any questions on it? Okay, give you a sec. Go ahead, Keith.
On page, oh, there's a whole bunch of invoices to the city of Medicine Hat. What's that all about?
It'd be our utilities.
Did you have a page reference that I can track it down for you?
Page 31?
Those are utility counts,
Oh, utility.
utility accounts, either electric likely.
Okay, so on the next page, vertical compressors for city auto parts. What, is that utilities or what is that?
That's for
Well, that's
fire.
parts.
Oh, fire?
Yeah, so that's for, those were compressors for the fire stations.
Oh, for fire stations, okay.
Yep.
Air compressors, okay. Yeah, I think that's, got it.
Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any? Vote? It's carried. 6.2, or 6, sorry, just 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's the CAO report. It starts on 44. One thing I'd like to add, so with the weather and the snow that we've had, so for fire permits, we usually end them March 31st. But the way that the weather is going, we would like to recommend to extend it week by week and evaluate it continuously, even day by day. Because we know if Chinook wind comes in, we're hooped, right? So we would like to do that. Do you guys have any concerns with that?
Shane?
I have no concerns as long as that we're inspecting the piles that's gonna be burnt,
To be out.
to be out, you know, to make sure that,
Yep.
you know, what they're burning won't be a long lasting, that there's railway ties or something in it.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions on the report? Lloyd's moving the CAO report. Go ahead.
Under, and he happens to be here, emergency services, the new tender has begun manufacturing. Expected arrival date of April 15th.
What page are you on?
45. And another, I was just curious on how the open house went. If you wouldn't mind replying?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, so we met with the manufacturer on the tender. So it is a used chassis, but it's everything else is a new build. So we invited the Box Springs senior members to attend the pre-build because they're the ones that are being used in trucks. We wanted to get their input on what they wanted to see, what they want on the truck to make it most user-friendly for that response area. And that's all been done. And yeah, like I said, we should be getting arrival hopefully April 15th, a couple weeks of training, mechanical, then in service for about May 1st is kind of the plan.
And the open house, we had, I see you had one on the 21st.
Yes, we had the open house last Tuesday night for the Fire Academy. Lots of good questions. Looks like it's going to be a full class. So that's going to be exciting. About 14 members, maybe more. We do have good support from some of our fire instructors as well. A couple of our members are retired school teachers, so they're going to be a good fit for that. So yeah, that looks really, really promising. The biggest concern was that Medicine Hat residents are, their kids are not able to take the program, but that's the Prairie Rose schools dealing with all that, but we're not selecting any of the students. Prairie Rose selected students, and we're just providing the expertise and instruction, so.
Now, I'm gonna ask something that might be a little offside here, but I'm really interested on both sexes. Like, were there quite a few girls that applied too, or?
Yeah, there was. There was actually, for attendance, there was more female students there than, there was a lot of parents there, but there was a lot of female students there. So yeah, that's positive too, so.
Excellent.
Good, I was curious on that. And I do have a question for Public Works later too.
Well, you finish up.
Okay,
Or do
Public,
you guys, hold on, do you guys have more for the fire? Okay, Robin?
I was just going to ask, so is the class capped out at 14? Is that part of just like the first year as kind of a pilot, or because if it's full that quick, I'm just kind of curious what the capacity to scale that would be in the future.
Yeah, so this is going to be the first academy, the first year that it's going to be full, and we thought 14 was a good number for student instructor ratios to make sure that us as Cypress County had the capacity, and to first year is going to be a trial, and then after that to see where it goes and to make sure their curriculum and the timeline all meets up. But hopefully in the future we can increase that. But we thought for the first year to make it successful to have 14, so we're not overstretching our resources and really understanding the program and make sure we got to fine tune it to be successful going forward. So 14 is a nice, good, small number. That's very manageable for both us and Prairie Rose.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
thanks.
Blaine?
Okay, I have one for corporate services. I see you had some meetings pertaining to electric vehicles. I was just a little curious, a little more information maybe. I know it's still quite a ways away, but is it going to really affect us a lot down the road, changing our fleet over?
And that's the preliminary discussion that we're having, is looking at that it's, right now, there is some grants, and when we were at RMA, those folks, when you went to the area there before you walked into the ballroom, there was the folks from the municipal climate change, and right now what I spoke to them about getting information on changing infrastructure to be ready for it. So we're looking at that, and also fleet management as well, and then working with vendors to see what is the timelines, and also too for development in the future. Like, so if there's a new subdivision, working with developers to make sure that they have that infrastructure in place and those sort of things. So it's very preliminary discussions and just looking into the future. And I don't know how heavy equipment's gonna go. I don't know how it's gonna go. Having an electric grader and, you know what I mean, it's Schuler, I just don't know how that's.
Well, that was kind of my curiosity point is how do I say this correctly, I guess? So if how mandated is this going to be if things would change with the election? Did you get any feeling, is this happening or not necessarily?
I think with the current mandate, yes. I don't know what would happen if there was a change. But with the current mandate, yes, there's going to be changes in the next 10 years or so, 15, 20. But it's just preliminary planning to make sure. We just don't want to be caught all of a sudden that we have to put in, I'm just going to make a number up, $10 million worth of backbone to be able to facilitate charging 8 graders or 6 gravel trucks or, that sort of thing. So it's just, yeah. And I don't know if the technology is there yet for heavy equipment. My understanding is that electric motors are very powerful, but they use a lot of energy and you can't use them for a long time. So there's a lot of unknowns, but we want to be ahead of the game or playing with the game to understand what's going to happen next. I think that's about it.
That's it, Blaine? Yeah. Shane?
Yes, this is for Public Works. I really, not on? There it is. Public Works. I really like these pictures of showing this, our snow blower at work. I mean, I had some people quiz about buying a nice big fancy Fendt tractor, but it shows, you know, what the plow on the blower on the front, how it works. And boy, it was quite the year to have it in our arsenal too, because it looks like it's being used quite a bit and being able to free up a grader, and I really like these pictures you sent us, Ken. Thank you very much.
Just to add on that, it's been a great addition to the fleet. It's allowed for our guys to focus on the other roads, and it frees up a lot of time to thaw out culverts, especially in this last number of weeks here on the south side of Cypress Hills. It's been very busy, and we're getting to driveways a little quicker, and no, it's been a great addition. We're learning as we're going to do different things, but you can see in this picture up here, it's throwing the snow past the fence, and in some cases it almost marks that shoulder for the grader to go at a certain rate to throw the snow with their blade and to get the angle, so it cuts the snow first, and then the grader will come in after to get the angle so it doesn't blow in right away. So we get that contour, but we get the snow past the fence line. And that also helps with snow melt, right? We don't want all that snow in the ditch area. We'll have problems, so.
Do you think, this is a sorry question, so do you think that so with the snow blower, a lot of times we have broken wires and fence posts all the time, so by blowing that back and then they're able to push it back, that'll save damage on fence lines?
Yeah, that's one learning experience we had with this, with our first go, is in some cases where the snow was deep, we had the excavator as well, putting snow on the other side of the fence, and some damage with some fence that had to be repaired, but we couldn't see the fence, like it was under 5 feet of snow. So yeah, it's a learning experience, and we got a pretty good system, and I'm glad we caught it at the end of the season, so be ready for next year.
It's crazy to say, but that'll be the markers like you see in the crow's nest past or something like that sticking up. Everybody will be looking, what kind of snow do you think you get around here? But you need it for the marker.
You guys hear me at all?
Oh, go ahead, Dustin.
Just a question. Is it something we want to look at to add another snow blower when we replace another tractor then as well?
Oh, to the other tractor?
Yeah, well, I don't think we can add it to the current one without some infrastructure that kind of goes underneath it. But do we want to take and look at maybe when we replace another tractor, because I think it's up here this year, at going to the same sort of thing, tractor in front, going ahead and adding another snow blower.
Through the chair, yes, we'll take that into consideration as we evaluate our next purchase.
You good, Dustin? Or do you have anything else?
Nope, that was it.
Okay. Anybody else? Keith?
So how close are we getting to being completed on the Seven Persons Creek thing?
Through the chair, where we're at right now, they're supposed to be done in the next couple weeks. They've had a little bit of delay with one of the culverts, was put in at a wrong elevation, and we're just getting confirmation from DFO that they're going to accept the change. Preliminary with emails, they are, but they're just waiting for a formal response. And then right now they're just doing a lot of cleanup. They're working on their second weir as we speak. The first weir you can see there. It's quite the construction process and getting those sheet piles put in. Underneath that plate on top, there's actually openings where the fish passage can go in the high event. So it's quite the system, and the way the water's flowing, it's nice and flows well throughout the system. One of the issues we looked at is how do we have access to do maintenance? And how close can we get down there and how fast can we get down there? So we're preparing for those situations for the future.
Okay. Any other questions? Not seeing any. You made the motion, didn't you, Shane?
Yep.
Shane made the motion to accept. Vote. That's carried. Okay, Reeve and Counselor reports. I'll go over mine quickly here. The K division, since Shane's sleeping over here, he can speak on it. No, we had a good meeting with K division in Edmonton. One of the things that we asked about, there was a situation around our area on some school things on private people, and there was I'll just come out and say it, there was a kill list that was found by a student. And when the parents phoned me after the principal phoned them and said everything was okay, but this list was out there and their kids were on it, they didn't know where to go from there. And I phoned Rebecca and I phoned a few of the RCMP and nobody had an answer. So K Division has assured us that there will be an answer coming down on how to deal with it and what communications, what steps to go, because I don't have any. And they have a process. And they will be, I've asked for it to be brought to us so that every counselor can have it in case they get that phone call. 'Cause I did not know how to deal with it, so.
Not to interrupt too much, but could you just maybe explain K Division a little bit?
K Division is the RCMP.
Like just the RCMP you're talking?
Yeah.
Do they have their own division, like provincial head office?
Yeah, it's the head office of everybody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was part of the discussion. We did talk more about the Crime Watch, Rural Crime Watch, and they assured us that they were going to get better on the communication there. Don't think there's much else there for that. It was a really good meeting though. Met with Municipal Affairs. That went over really well. Speaking on the taxes and the assessment for the government, or for the oil and gas. So we're just staying in their mind, making sure that we're still there listening. And they've got some coming out. They did assure us at the meeting at RMA that this is the last year for the 35% discount that we've been giving out. So we really put that forward and made it aware that we're holding them to that. That's part of our budget. So if they're guaranteeing it, we're putting it back in our budget. So don't be letting us down, because we're counting on that, especially for Cypress County. That's a lot of money, $2.2 or $2.4 million a year. So that was spoke of, and today I did a meeting just before council with Grant Hunter. All of the reeves for the corridor were online. Richard joined me on it. So the ag food corridor, it's they're really pushing for it. Back in 2020, when the oil crashed, they realized there was a problem and they found some money to try and look at this corridor. And they're pushing forward with it, and they're trying to put in another 230,000 irrigated acres. That's over the next 8 years. They're trying to get that put in. Their plans are in the next 2 years to have McCain-like produce plants. They're looking to get 6 or 8 of them on board to start producing in this corridor. They want to make the corridor pre-approved, so when these big plants come in, they don't have to play around. They just, everything's done, ready to go. That's the government's plan to do. Yeah, turnkey operations. They're offering a 12% provincial tax credit to bring these companies in to get them here and get them up and going. One of the biggest things that was talked about with all the mayors and that is housing for labor. So that was brought to Grant Hunter's attention, and he'll be looking into that. They realize there's people here and they can get more people here, especially with the Mennonites over in that area, but there's just no housing for them.
And you shared that with the Minister of Municipal Affairs as well?
Yeah.
Is lack of housing and affordable housing too. And it's on their radar too.
Yeah, we brought that up in Edmonton too. And the, from what they just said today, the Highway 3 has moved, we were in, what, did he say 6 or 7 phase? For Medicine Hat to 7 persons, and it has now been bumped to 2nd or 3rd. So that is their intention to get that going. Did I miss anything, or do you have anything to add to that? That was it for my meeting with him today. So that's all I have. It's been a busy couple of weeks. Keith?
And when you're in your meeting here before the council, did they talk about any of the plans when the Highway 3 gets to Medicine Hat? Did any of that come up?
Yeah, Shane will talk about
Oh,
that
Shane
in
will
his
talk, okay.
presentation. That was in one of our meetings in Edmonton, so. All right, that's all I have. Oh, go ahead, Dustin.
Jan, with that agri-food corridor, are they aiming for Highway 3 or are they looking, Highway 1 towards the Saskatchewan border?
I couldn't hear him.
Sorry, it's up there. With that, agri-food corridor, is it more Highway 3 or Highway 1 they're looking to take, put that on?
Okay. Highway 3.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
They are also setting up a steer committee for 3, the way it looks right now, it's going to be 3 separate areas. It's going to be Lethbridge to the McCain's plant, from McCain's plant to Tabor, and then Tabor to Medicine Hat. So they haven't decided who or what's going to be on that yet, but when that comes forward, we definitely have our foot in the door to be on that steer committee. So,
Okay, perfect, thanks.
no problem. Keith, do you want to start?
So went to RMA and lots of good networking. Got to speak into the renewables a little bit. Other than that, it was a good conference. And we had a PEP meeting the other day when we got back. Thing that comes off is they're looking at reestablishing a rail line from Oyen to, what was the word? Yeah, just outside Strath. They're looking at redoing, yeah, they're looking at doing a feasibility study on that. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I thought, okay, that's good. So,
Sorry, that's interesting because Starland County tried to buy it from CN. And Barry Hoover tried and tried and tried, and they would not sell it. So that's interesting that that's now back.
it's now coming back, yeah.
Yeah.
So, other than that, did the wildland fire course this weekend. That was good. We had a real issue trying to get stubble to burn, but we managed to get a lot of smoke going anyway. So, other than that, I'm good.
Attending just all the regular meetings and extremely busy on the phone and emails with roads and the library. And I attended the Tabor, the horsefly spillway, and met all the premiers or the ministers that were there, and a lot of media. that was there. And they're going to come and present council with the golden shovel. Later on, everybody had their picture taken. And it was quite a good presentation. They were just saying that the spillway part of it helped boost the twinning of the highway. And he also indicated that McCain's is putting in $600 million into their plant this year because of that twinning. And future coming, like you said there. So it sounds very good. So, and that's about it.
Yeah, had a good RMA convention. That was awesome. A couple weeks ago, I was in, would have been Durham, just outside of Toronto with FCM. Had some really productive rural forum meetings as a part of that. I would say that the highlight was maxing out our 2.5-hour meeting with conversations solely focused on the upcoming lobbying that we're doing on the funding models for water and wastewater for rural municipalities. That continues to be an ongoing item that we're pushing hard for. Happy to hear as part of the Reeves comments with regards to the housing as a challenge. That continues to be something that is talked about throughout the country with regards to affordable and accessible housing affordability. So we're continuing to talk with that. The federal budget should be coming out here any day, and we're expecting some significant funding towards that. So, you know, if, as municipalities, we aren't in development, or we aren't as builders, but we're certainly involved when it comes down to zoning and encouraging growth and development and partnering and incentives and however that works. So there might be some opportunities for us to partner with industry on something like that down the road and as a region. We filled our time with the water and wastewater discussions, so we're going to be coming back to the RCMP retroactive costs. That continues to be one of the major items that we're pushing, and so the rural forum and the community safety and crime prevention subcommittees will be meeting later on in the month of April to discuss that, to continue that advocacy work as well. So that pretty much covers everything for the last couple of weeks.
On the 9th, I attended a Chamber Policy Committee meeting. I did another one yesterday. At the one yesterday, it was an energy and utilities task force, so they had Brad Maines and Grayson Mock from the city explain some details on why the city can't really pursue much for solar panels and windmills, mostly because the amount of power that they put out is controlled. And let's see, on the 14th, I attended the Seven Persons Hall, had an AGM. We had a few things that we discussed, and one of them was furnace filters. There's 5 in there, and they have a lot of age on them. We talked about an RV park that we'd like to see about 8 to 10 plugins for when people are there for whether it's a wedding or just staying over for a few days. At the same time, park sprinkler system and washroom has to be looked at. And these will be long, like things that we can plan down in the road, but we needed to talk about them, kind of set a priority. And then what come out of that was, I guess, does everyone know where the future Public Works Fire Hall is going in Seven Persons? No? It's going to be over right on the northwest side of the community hall. It'll have access to that main drag. And so we sent an email to Ken at Public Works, and we let him know of our future plans and then of our future power requirements, because we don't have, what is the word I'm looking for, Ken? 3-phase power. And we're thinking that if the that new building's going to have to go with 3-phase power, then the power company, which is Fortis, would, at least they'd know about it. and so would our public works. So thank you for replying on that, Ken. Also, went to, the next night was West Side Water AGM, and we did talk a little bit of some challenges where West Side is only allowed to have one turnout per household, and when a granny suite or something else goes on there, it makes it really tough for the water co-op to follow the rules and regulations. Then on the 19th, we left for Edmonton, returned on the 22nd. As Dan had said, we spread out the duties, meeting with some of the ministers and also some of their staff. Dan mentioned Rebecca Schultz. I was in on that one, and I was also in on the area manager. We visited with Darren Davidson from the area manager of transportation, and I know Shane's going to give us an update on that. So I delegated that part. On the 23rd, I attended the Milk River Water Council of Canada meeting. I did it by Zoom. They have it down in Milk River, and it was a little awkward to get there in time. A whole bunch of things again to discuss. Of course, they're quite pleased with the amount of snow that's in the area and the kind of runoff they're going to get. For some guys like Lloyd, it causes lots of problems with that snow, but for other people, they really like it. So, and then we had a PEP meeting on Friday, yeah, and we attended that one. While we were in Edmonton, Keith, Shane, and I met with Brian Ilnicki. He is the executive director of the Land Stewardship Center. And I'm going to defer that to either Keith or Shane to explain more of what the conversation meant, because they're the ranchers. And then also, yesterday, on very short notice, I let Dan know that tomorrow morning, this is in regards to EDF's windmill project, the Consul General of France will be in the Cypress County office about 9 o'clock for a short 10-minute hello. He's here to look at the windmills that were put in out on the 120, and also to take a look at the skating rink building over in Dunmore, that one that they put quite a bit of money into. So I had to look up what a consul is, and it's an official appointed by a government to reside in a foreign country in order to represent the commercial interests of citizens of the appointed country. So France has invested that $300 million in the windmill project, and this fellow has just come to see where all that money went and how it turned out. So thank you, Dan, for being available tomorrow morning.
Really didn't have any choice.
Yeah, that was like a last night at 9 o'clock, yeah. Anyway, that's it.
Can we take a break now? Yeah, no, it's been a busy little few weeks here. Quite a few phone calls and emails about the Durban Resource Center, roads, even about why we did a feasibility study for a water line going to Cabin Lake to a recreation area, and maybe future irrigation where the land values will go way up, where a feasibility study for water to houses in the bowl area got defeated. So I had to trying to explain that. Went to the RMA conference, had some really good meetings up there. First with Alberta Transportation, Dara Davidson, he is the regional manager of the South area. Great news. He said, his words were, I don't know what you guys really said or what you did, but Highway 41 has got moved way up on the priority list. Oh, yay. So he even got asked by the department if he could do it all in one shot, which that'd be a huge undertaking. And I agree with Darren that no, it's too big of a project to try to do it all in one shot. It's better off to split it. Highway 3, I know Dan mentioned about Grant Hundred, said it moved from up to second from sixth, but I don't know where the information come from, because with the Highway 320 Association and our conversation with Alberta Transportation, we always had it second or third. It was never down that far. And Darren did say that, yes, the government is committed to Highway 320 and they're going to push forward, which is great. We did have, and I met with Dustin, came with me, well, no, I went with Dustin to do some concerns about that Highway 3 at 7 persons. Alberta Transportation said they'll have a look at it and of where the realignment goes. We also talked at the meeting about the realignment coming out of Medicine Hat, and nothing is really put forward. He did mention that they'll get in touch once the engineering firm is hired for this section, so then they can nail it down and where it'll go and what it'll look like. And then me and Keith and Richard there for a while met with Brian Licht. He's a guy representing the federal government on this land stewardship, municipal land stewardship tax incentive. What it is, they're trying to protect natural grassland, and what they're offering is like a little crumb in the big thing. They're offering 50 cents an acre to protect your grassland, which, I mean, once you sign document over, you don't know what type of control. Me and Keith did bring up and did really force it upon them and say, if you want to really protect the grassland and want to do something, let's look at carbon capture and getting paid for carbon capture. Then you get, you know, even if you're at $50 a ton or $50 an acre, people are going to look at it then because it's more viable for them. But this 50 cents, it's a joke. And I said, I won't even put you on our council agenda at that because it'll get shot down. But I said, if you can get your group to look at carbon capture, I said, you may have some traction. I said, you may not, I mean, but it's better than where you're at. And other than that, that's about it.
Thank you. That's good news, Shane. Thanks. I too had a very busy few weeks here. I had an MPC meeting, a Cypress View meeting, and then for the RMA, I took a council's role in service delivery EOEP course. I also attended a breakout session at the RMA that I thought was, well, it was quite shocking to me, actually. It was all about the human trafficking in the labor department, and apparently it is a huge thing in Alberta. So that was something I checked into. I think the biggest thing was my FCSS AA meeting on last Friday. And what I want to mention from that meeting was that according to the budget, FCSS AA received $5 million, and RMA quoted $15 million that we received, and that's not exactly the way it goes. There was $10 million given to the FCSS AA for the food banks of Alberta to apply. It's just being funneled through us. It's not like we've got an increase. We got an increase of $5 million. Oh, and the other thing that on that provincial board, we used to ask questions on how to, like what was happening in your region. And we've changed that and started sending out a survey monkey that just has a question that everybody should answer. And the results of that, the first question we asked was how FCSS is funded in your municipality. And for those of you that don't know, FCSS is funded 80% by the provincial government and 20% by municipalities. And out of that survey, what came back is that on average, most municipalities are paying 31% instead of the 20%. And then last night I attended Medicine Hat Family Services AGM, which I haven't done in a few years because of COVID, and it was really different than any one I'd ever been to. It was short. Started at 5:30 and I was out of there by 6. And that's it.
Well, I regret I didn't get to the RMA, so my report's going to be pretty short because all I've done is the last council meeting. But I did also as well field a lot of emails and texts and complaints or whatever you want to call them from the Urban Resource Center. Yeah, so I guess that's about all I have for my report.
Dustin?
Sorry, it takes me a second to unmute. Not a whole bunch to report, like everybody else did field quite a few comments, calls about the resource center. And then on the 15th, I had a meeting for the Connect broadband, which our final meeting will be in 2 weeks. I'll have some more information to share with you guys. Just by looking at what I understand about government funding, what should be reasonably feasible to undertake as a municipality. Also, Richard covered off the 7-person hall meeting and everything that was discussed there, so I think that's great.
Okay. Thank you. Robin?
I just thought of one thing that would probably be valuable for the guys that weren't at RMA. One of the highlights that came out in the first day is that the Alberta government did finally come out with a ministerial order with regards to unpaid taxes with the oil and gas companies, which basically, and correct me, Carolyn, if I misunderstood this, but I believe it gives the regulator the ability to withhold permits to companies that have shown that they have not, and so that was a big deal. So just wanted to share that too.
Yeah. It doesn't give us any power yet, but at least it stops them from getting a new well they're being able to drill. Any other questions or comments on the reports?
Les Mann's got her hand up.
Les?
Thank you. Last week, we received an email through communications from the Royal Canadian Air Cadet Squadron in Medicine Hat, and they're inviting, I don't know the specifics, but they would like to invite council to be a judge or a timekeeper at their upcoming effective speaking competition. It's being held at the Medicine Hat College this Saturday, April 1st, and it starts at 9 a.m. So I just didn't know if anybody was able to attend or not, and I would just get back to them, I think today, one way or the other.
April 1st, okay.
I already asked Councillor Vossler, and he has a prior engagement, so.
Is he? I was just going to ask him that because he's done it many a time before. Mr. Ulster, have you? Okay. I know Saturdays I'm out, so. Is anybody?
I'd like to, but I'm busy, Kevin, so I don't know what's gonna happen, so I gotta decline.
I think, yeah.
Maybe just when you guys just discuss it amongst yourselves, maybe over the lunch break, and then just let me know before the end of the meeting.
Okay, we'll get back to you on that. Okay, Blaine, do you want to move the reports? Any other questions on them? Vote. You want a break?
Anything for you, Les.
Don't say that.
Keith?
Did it work that time?
That's carried. Okay, we will take a 10-minute recess. I'd say 5, but I know there's All right, I'll call the meeting back to order. 8.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 56, the disposal of the RM500 reclaimer. The recommend motion that council direct administration to dispose of the RM500 reclamator to a neighboring municipality for a price of $400,000 plus GST. So there is on 56 and 57 background information in regards to that disposal.
Richard?
I'll make that motion.
Yeah, and that's what it was worth in the book?
Yeah, this was kind of a three-pronged approach at it. All our areas went and did the homework, did the research, and it looks like this is probably our best bet to maximize the return back to the county.
I'm good if homework was done on it.
And that's the
Anybody else?
value. And that's the value.
And that's the value. Yeah. We estimated in the capital plan that was approved about 450, but it looks like 4 is about what it'll get. We could take it to auction and roll the dice, but might get 250, might get 5.
Richard?
I made the motion because you have lots of background information in there. Everything made sense, and I think you did a great job of getting us the best you can.
Yeah. Shane?
Wasn't this disposal plan put together, we looked at it over a year ago, we used that machine for another year. So it actually has another year's use on it from our original figure of 450, am I correct?
Yes, it was paid for a couple years back, and we were able to extend the life after some very significant repairs to get it past that hours, and we got the utility out of those big repairs.
Yeah. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Oh, go ahead, please.
Well, I'd just like to make a comment too, to reiterate what Richard said. I'd like to commend staff for doing such a good job of, evaluating all the options, and I always think, it's a really good bird in hand to take, so a very good idea, and good job.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Vote. That's carried. 8.2, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. April 4th council meeting. So because we're having a meeting today, instead of having one next week, it's recommended to have it on the 18th of April. Canceling next week.
Robin?
My thought with this one right here, and I agree, like having it today and then again in a week, it seems redundant from a council business as usual perspective. My question would be is, instead of having just one meeting, what if we were to do is there anything that we could look at from a committee of a whole where we could do some brainstorming and thinking, like Shane's comments during his report with regards to projects out there, like maybe we have a day, instead of having just the one meeting for council, maybe we have a day where we sit down as council for 3-4 hours and we can brainstorm some of these different types of things that we could be looking at down the road. It's maybe not something that's pressing and emergent, but it's more of a vision casting thing. I know some municipalities have frequent committee of the whole that they can discuss stuff like that and just brainstorm. Just wanted to throw that as an idea, and see, just a thought.
Yeah, so we won't have a council meeting, just a brainstorming meeting.
And what subject matter would you like so administration can prepare?
I suppose like what I'm thinking about right now, we could keep it pretty open, but if we wanted to put something on, let's talk about, water projects in the community, or I don't even know that there's necessarily a lot of preparation that needs to happen, because I'm not thinking that we're there coming to ask questions about things that already necessarily exist. But just to, we have our strat plan, and when we do our strat planning, it's about taking a bunch of ideas and boiling it down to, 3 or 4 specific targets. This is more of a, if I'm going to use the example that Shane brought up. I don't like the idea that his ratepayers are calling and asking him, and he's feeling like he has to defend why it wasn't. Let's look at different things that we can maybe look at down the road that helps us in our advocacy. You know, if we can't do it right now because of certain reasons, maybe we can have something that we can work towards, that we can actually go to the province and go to the feds and say, hey, we'd like to be able to do this, but can't because of these reasons. It's difficult to bring that up in council because then we need studies and we need all these different things. But if we sit around as council, and I don't think that we need a lot of staff, honestly, like if you want to attend, I think that's appropriate. But to be able to sit down and actually kind of come up with a bit of a what if list and what would it take and things, because I do like the idea of leaving office, being able to say, this is what we were able to accomplish. And, you know, I know that Shane's bringing up the water line kind of as an example of what they're not getting, but I take that seriously though too. I don't want him feeling like he's not getting that opportunity. So it's just to flesh it out as a team. It's an opportunity.
So the type of documents I was thinking about is having the strat plan, having the budget, having the capital plans, operating too, because now we have to have more a multi-year operating as well. Having those type of things, having pardon?
Roads plan.
Exactly. And then also too, some of the policies that we have in place that affect those expenditures. So you have those documents with, and then you can refer to them, because that's yeah. And then also too, like always a topic of discussion is mill rates and looking at that. So like having the policy of being in the 20th percentile, all those background documents for discussion, because when you guys start discussing stuff, it'll be like, hey, blah, 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 and it's like, oh, better get at that. So just so we're prepared, so your discussion is meaningful, because everybody has tight timeframes. Okay, so we'll put together, it won't be fancy schmancy how we sometimes, we'll just get those documents together, and so you have them for your reference. That's what I was thinking.
What's that? Well, it'll be the same council meeting day. The 4th of April, our normal council meeting. Yeah. It's just they don't have to put an agenda together because they just did one today. It's supposed to be here anyhow, so.
Oh yeah, he's deaf today.
Is he?
We're supposed to be here anyway, so we're going to meet on the 4th to do some things. And then, yeah.
Get a hearing aid, old timer.
You still heard his phone ring.
Yeah. Keith.
So would we have to submit topics for discussion ahead of time, or just bring them to the meeting?
Bring him to the meeting.
So just to let you know, so committee meetings are still open to the public. Okay, so everybody's aware of that? Pardon me? They're open to the public, yeah, unless you go in like closed session, but because when you meet, it's still a meeting of you, a committee of the whole, so therefore, yeah. So just so you're aware of that. Okay.
Okay. Robin's making that motion.
For the 4th at 10 a.m.?
Yeah. Any questions on it? Vote. Carried. 8.3, Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council bylaw and policy review. It is on page 61. The recommended motion that council direct administration to bring back the council procedure bylaw with amendments as discussed. And I believe Councillor McKenzie would like to discuss.
Yes, I would, I guess. If I have to make the motion, I'll make the one that was there, just so we can talk about it. And I ask that this be brought forward because of 810, which is on page 79 of the Councillor Code of Conduct. Just hang on, I'm looking for it. 79. No, it's 8.10, page 79. Electronic meetings, that is the one. And it says, a meeting may be conducted by means of electronic or other communications conducted by means of electronic or other communication facilities. If council approves if council approves in advance of the meeting. So, I don't know what, Dustin, can you hear us? Which is one of the reasons why I brought this forward. I personally think that meetings like this, some of us are virtual, some of us are here, do not accomplish a whole bunch. Who's ever on the other end ends up getting, missing things because they aren't here. So I'm just wanted to bring it so we can discuss this, because I personally think that that whole line does not need to be in there at all. And it's in the MGA, so the MGA is what we're ruled by, and it says that we have, or that we can have electronic meetings. So I don't know why we need this in here. And I'll leave it up to the rest of you to give me your thoughts on it. What point is that? 8.10. It's on page 79.
So, Michelle, are you concerned about the ability to attend, or because this? I think that the way that this reads is that this is actually holding the meeting via electronic purely, not just attendance.
No, actually, my concern revolves around the second part that says, where did it go? Oh, if council approves in advance of the meetings. I think that's just putting an extra step on us, because I'm not sure that we have ever done that before. Yeah. To have all of council say that, yes, you can go attend virtually.
But I'm reading 8.10. This sounds like this is not about attendance. This says the meeting may be conducted by a means of electronic or other communication facilities. So, like that would be like when COVID first hit and we weren't meeting in chambers.
Yes.
Having the meeting itself being held on. So I'm hearing two things. I'm just not too sure if you're talking about the ability for councilors to participate.
Yes, what I'm talking about is this situation that we have happening right now. Dustin is driving somewhere and listening to us, but I don't know about anybody else, but all times he spoke today, I really didn't hear a word he said. And so I'm just worried that it's not, doesn't make for a productive council meeting when some people are online, some people are virtual, and it used to be at one time when I first started that if you missed 2 council meetings, that was it. You couldn't be here anymore. And if you're on vacation, well, you probably should be on vacation, not sitting on a Zoom meeting, right? I don't know. Like I said, that's why I brought it forward, so that we can discuss it as all of us. That's my opinion on it.
I do see the merit in it. The only thing I question though is there still needs to be a means of being able to communicate in circumstances of health or injury or something like that. Let's say I broke my leg a week before, 2 days before the meeting, and I want to participate, but I can't get here. I think there still has to be an availability for that counselor to be able to take part in the meeting.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's Leslie Ann.
Yeah, so just when I was kind of looking around at other procedure bylaws from other municipalities, some of their bylaws have more about the rules about attendance and the notification of not being able to attend. Like some of them, council members who are unable to attend in person under extenuating circumstances may participate through teleconference. And then, you got to meet the provisions of Section 199 of the MGA. And then there's, a list of rules that has to happen or whatever for that for them to participate electronically. I believe Section 199 of the MGA is what Councillor Kirby-White was referring to with council holding a meeting electronically. That provision was put in, but yeah.
Keith?
I'm just a little concerned that in instances where the weather plays a factor, that some of us may at some point have to participate this way. We could, you know, for those that drive any distance, sometimes it is a bit of a challenge. Most times it's not, we're used to it, but in the event that we do face that, I think we should be able to have some kind of a leeway.
Shane?
Okay, to set up a Zoom meeting, it takes a while for somebody to be at home, able to set up a Zoom meeting. It takes some coordination. I understand that, and I agree with that. And at times, yes, we're gonna miss a meeting. Stuff comes up, and we gotta miss. Sorry, it's part of life, the way it is. But I agree with what Michelle said. Like today, I had a hard time here in Dustin. If you're traveling and that, and you're on a phone, it's really hard, and you're not catching the whole conversation. Everything that's going on, that's hard. So I don't agree with, you know, with going that way. But at times, we gotta miss a meeting. But when we had COVID, we had the whole meeting on Zoom. That's different. But if you're sick at home, you had an accident, you can't come, but you can give a week's notice, you know, I can't come. Could we set up a Zoom? And that because of medical reasons, and I'm okay with that. But, you know, if you got injured a day or two beforehand, you can't set up a Zoom to sit on the phone. Sorry, at times you're gonna miss a meeting. Sometimes you got family issues, like I had, go on. Yes, you're gonna miss a meeting. It's just a fact of life.
Michelle?
And I didn't bring this forward to say that we shouldn't have shouldn't allow electronic meetings, but the MGA already states that we can, or we may do this. All I'm saying is that I think that if we're going to continue and allow virtual meetings, like for COVID it was necessary, but I don't know. I read some other counties or other councils' terms on this, and they have like limits on how many times per year you can join virtually. That's kind of what because it bothers me if, you know, I try to be here all the time. Council meetings are scheduled, like for our entire terms, we know when council meetings are gonna be. So you should be able to schedule your life around getting here, right? And it's just my opinion that through COVID, I attended an awful lot of virtual meetings. And the result from those meetings compared to meeting in person are so much different. They're so much more productive when everybody is in the room and can talk to each other and see each other, or online, like one or the other. I don't like this mixed thing.
So do we want staff to bring something back that's worded more appropriate to what else is out there? Is that what you're looking for?
Or get rid of it completely. That's why I just wanted to say, I just wanted to make the motion there just so we could discuss it, but it does not necessarily have to be the motion. Because if we all think that it should be taken out, then I'll make that motion.
Robin?
I think we can all agree that we get the most out of it when we're in person. And I can say that, you know, Dustin is full well aware, and as I am when I'm away and taking part virtually, that it's hard to participate when you're on the road, but at least you are receiving the information, hearing what's going on, and that if you have that opportunity, it is far superior than to not have heard that information, even if I'm not able to participate. If there's an issue that I'm super, you know, hyped about, that I know I want to make sure that I can advocate for, there's no better way than to be here, because I don't want to be relying on somebody else's broadband. But that kind of falls on me or the person who's virtual at the time to determine how effective they want to be in that time. To go through minutes, you don't get the context, you don't get the conversation that happens, the presentations that are made. And so to completely eliminate them, I wouldn't support. If we want to have conversation on trying to, set parameters around and like what that might mean, I'm okay with that. I think that that could be appropriate.
Can I chime in here, Don?
Yep.
Yeah, so I kind of agree, and this is my own fault today, even that I'm on the way I am just because of me not scheduling things properly. But I agree to extent with like what Robin said, and I do agree with Michelle that we should have some sort of guidelines brought back, and we can go from there and make some sort of policy changes.
Okay, thank you. Richard?
One of the other challenges is the fact that our meetings usually run about 5 hours. And for somebody that's traveling down the road and trying to participate, that you're not going to get the 5 hours in that you should be, and doing the proper participation in those meetings. So I struggle with that too. So if you only get an hour in, why are you even signing up? Is it fair to the rest of council to only have that much input? I guess if you have issues with that, not issues with the agenda, but if you have comments, you should definitely have those sent in ahead of time. If we do a Zoom meeting, do not rely on finding, like you said, Robin, adequate internet that you can actually carry on a conversation, right? But if you were sitting someplace, you maybe had a better chance. But if you're driving down the road or you're on a job site, you're not doing your job as a counselor. No disrespect, Dustin, and no disrespect. I mean, we've all done it, and you had a very important appointment. We understand that.
I think there's a difference on what you're saying compared to when Shane was in the hospital with his knee surgery and he couldn't move. Well, he could participate there because he could fully watch it and be involved for the whole thing, but he couldn't get his butt in here. As grumpy as he was in that, we didn't want him here anyhow, but Robin.
One thing that I will touch on, and I see this a lot when either up in RMA or with FCM, is that counselors will frequently step out of different meetings in order to jump in on their council calls, and they might only get 45 minutes or an hour in, and then they'll jump back into another meeting, and you're multitasking different things. And at times you're maybe at Mares and Reeves, but yet at the same time you want to make sure that you catch something that's happening back at home. And so I think that having staff come back with some parameters that we can discuss would be good. I think that getting into what we deem as appropriate use of time, or what that gets a little bit, if I'm going down a water slide and I have a computer and I'm trying to do counsel, that would be inappropriate. But if it's something that's personal, or if it's something that's business related or whatever, what's important to Blaine is important to Blaine, and he has to prioritize and do his thing, and I'm going to respect what he is. And if he's able to contribute to the best that he can, I think that that's important too. So, yeah.
Leslie, huh?
Yeah, so just to what Councillor Kirby-White said, I think what I'm hearing is that you would like me to maybe make some amendments to the procedure bylaw that just has a few more rules around the attendance and the notification of notification to maybe to the Reeve and to staff or whatever if you need to attend virtually or whatever. And then that also allows staff time to prepare properly as well, because the stream is a little bit different. I mean, we're able to get it done, but yeah, I would definitely be willing to take it back and look at some other municipalities and bring back some options for you guys.
I actually like that idea of just putting some parameters around it, because what this says, that all of council has to approve if you're going to be somewhere else and not be able to attend. And a lot of times it happens that like it's the day before the council meeting that all of a sudden, oh, I can't come, you know? So we need to put, I think, some parameters around there. That would make me happy anyway.
So that's your motion?
Yep. Well, no, it's what's written at the beginning for staff to bring back. The recommended motion is what I'm making.
For staff to bring back.
Yeah, I gotta find it.
Yeah.
The council direct administration to bring back the council procedural bylaw with amendments as discussed.
Yes. That right there is the motion I would like to make.
Perfect. Any questions on it? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. And we are at 8.4.
8.4, Mr. Chairman, is council refresher, and I believe you are discussing that?
Yep, and bring it forward. So why I put this on the agenda is we've had quite a bit of commotion the last few months, and we've, unfortunately to the new guys that have only been here for a year, it's been up and down and all over the place, and everybody's always trying to learn something. So I think it's of good value to have somebody come in and just give us a refresher on the do's and don'ts of council and what our reasons for being here are and why we're here. Lloyd?
Yeah, I like school. And I would like to see it. I could definitely use a refresher and learn some more, so I'll make the motion for it.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on it? No, there's
I think it's a
some
great
other ones
idea.
out there that are. Well, it's, no, but, no, it won't be tomorrow, but I think we could get something set up. We have this idea of what we're doing for the 4th. That shouldn't be a whole day. We could probably do half a day of refresher, and do you think it'd be feasible to? Yeah,
Yeah, I think so too.
In the afternoon.
we can make it work all on that same day, and then we're here. We're not paying two per diems to everybody. Everybody's here anyhow. It is, any refresher courses are mandatory according to our code of conduct. So everybody has to be there. So everybody's good with the 4th? We're already here anyhow? Yeah. As long as person's available, but they had some availability. We'll work on that. If it doesn't work out, then we'll change it to a different time, but we'll see what we can do. Everybody's good with that? Vote? Richard? Keith, Lloyd? Vote? Okay, that's carried. All right, 9.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2022 Disaster Recovery Program, it's just an update. The recommended motion that council receive the 2022 Disaster Recovery Program claim. It's just an update for your information. There was, in February, council direct administration to appeal the decision of the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services to decline our application. So just keeping you in the loop of what's going on.
Okay. Somebody want to move to receive for information? Keith, thank you. You have the floor. Do you have any questions or comments on it? No? Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Vote. 9, oh, that's carried. 9.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 9.2, Urban Community Resource Center. I believe that Councillor Hawk wishes to speak.
All right. I'd like to make a motion that the council rescind resolution number 2023094, which read council direct administration to proceed with the Urban Community Resource Center project as previously approved, and to remove the project from the 2023 capital budget. Two of the fundamental purposes of a municipality are to provide services, facilities, or other things that, in the opinion of council, are necessary or desirable for all or a part of the municipality, and to develop and maintain safe and viable communities. As a democratically elected body, council takes this responsibility very seriously, as every decision and expenditures brings with it completing costs and benefits. It was on this basis that the decision was made to replace the current urban library with a new library and community center. Council was to view the hamlet of Irvin as a promising future and would benefit immensely from this facility, despite some would say such a large investment being out of proportion for the population of the hamlet. The old Irvin Library is infested with mice, has the odd snake, and encroaches onto railway lands and needs to be closed. Efforts at securing an alternate location was unsuccessful, given the county has limited resources. The park is already owned by the county and they can accommodate both the library and community center in a brand new park. The county applied for and obtained a development permit for the proposed development, which is a permitted use on the park's land last year. Under the land use bylaw, there is a sufficient available parking, and therefore no variance was required. While the park is called the Woodward Memorial Park, there are no legal limitations on the use of the park by the county. The land was not donated to the town of Irvin or to the county. The land was acquired through the tax recovery process for unpaid taxes and is owned in fee simple by the county. The proposed development is fully funded through the MSI grant program. This means the money to build it is not coming from the taxes of county residents. If the county does not proceed with the proposed development, the MSI funding will not be available again, and future councils may not decide the benefits to the hamlet of Irvin can be justified given competing county demands for other projects. Council remains of the view that the process the county followed was correct, and that the construction of a library and community center and a brand new park in the hamlet of Irvin are within council's jurisdiction and authority, and in the best interest of all residents. Having said that, the county has a legal obligation to provide both a safe workplace for its employees and to maintain safe communities, and a small group of residents have been very advantageous and aggressive in the dealings with the county staff. This is unacceptable to the county. Municipal employees are to be treated with respect, and bullying and harassment will not be tolerated in our community. Therefore, council is going to rescind the motion to proceed with this capital project in the hamlet of Irvin. Not because we don't think this is a positive project for the hamlet of Irvin and the surrounding area, but because the community is suffering from the current circumstances and it needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Does anybody else have anything to say?
I mean, after listening to that, it pretty much said exactly what I was going to say. I mean, it's a shame that this project has torn the town apart. I'm also quite unearthed, or whatever the word is. I'm not a great speaker, but concerned to the fact of the county being disrespected, the county itself being disrespected as much, as well as the counselors through this whole process. I mean, we all sit here, as that was just read, trying to do the best that we can do for our communities. That's why we ran, that's why we were elected, that's why we're doing what we're doing. And these last few months, it hurts me to be involved in the rhetoric that was going on in a town that I've been involved with for 100 years. My family's been there for 100 years. And it really bothers me. And I think that maybe everyone needs to take a good look in the mirror of the ongoings of this. And I guess that's all I have to say.
Michelle?
I think it is a sad day when name-calling, harassment, and general disrespect of government and its processes is all it takes to have a decision made in your favor. And to those that did respect the process and got involved, I say thank you. I'm kind of saddened that it has come to this, and we have to vote on this again, but I will respect and support the decision of council, whatever they decide.
I'd just like to add, I'd like to thank all the urban area residents that participated in the survey and the open house while the urban area structure plan was being put together. And I'd also like to thank the area residents who participated in the open houses during the planning process of the Urban Community Resource Center.
You good? Anybody else? Keith?
I didn't know this was coming up today, but I'm a little bit sad at the direction this has taken. I know that when conflict erupts, sometimes it's really difficult to see the other person's perspective. And I kind of struggled with a lot of this over the last couple of months in the fact that I didn't know a lot of information. I didn't know a lot of history. Through all of this, though, I have developed an appreciation for the people of Irvine. In answering some of the concerns, I've come to realize this council does care and believe in the town of Irvine. And what we were trying to do somehow seems to have been misunderstood, but I guess we go on and we'll go from here.
Lloyd, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I agree. I'm deeply saddened by this. I would like to see the project go forward, but the way things are, I do feel that there is and could possibly be a problem down the road in the safety of the staff and the harassment that's been going on. It shouldn't be allowed, and I just really disappointed that this isn't going ahead, and I hope down the road that communications can be amended, and maybe in a few years when there's more budgeting and maybe a different group, they'll get together.
Anybody else?
I chime in here, Dan?
Go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah, it saddens me to see that this had to come to this point as well. You know, although I didn't vote for it the last time, I do respect the decision of council to go ahead with the project. It's unfortunate that it's come to this. I hope we can move forward and support the town urban in other regards, as well as look into doing some other project there in the future. But as for right now, I do agree with council's motion.
Thank you, Dustin. Robin?
Yeah, I'll echo what Dustin said. It would have been nice to have seen something happen where it could have been a win-win for everybody, but with regards to everything involved, I definitely understand where council's coming from on this one, and I'll support.
I believe that this challenge that we're looking at has gone beyond just the location of that new building. That group that's out there does not respect the way that this council operates, and I think that there's still, I don't think it's over just if we cancel the building. They're still gonna come after us as far as how we operate, our procedures and everything else that we do, and I think it's wishful thinking if we think it's going to end there. They have been encouraged to challenge everything that we have done up till this point, and it's still not going to end. I really feel sorry for our staff and how much work they've had, extra work to take on for all those questions, and it doesn't seem that anything that we do, we're doing right according to that specific group out there. No, I'm not going to vote for that motion. We've come this far. We've worked hard for it. We put a lot of effort and time into it. We have a builder. Now that builder will, if we cancel that project, we will be negotiating a payoff. What's going to change 2 years from now, 3 years from now? It's still going to be the fight of the location. I just don't see any changes, and I still see us for the next year being, inundated with, well, why'd you do this, and you didn't do this properly, and I want to see the meeting, or the committee meetings. I want to see all this documentation, and I don't believe for a second that that's going to go away. Like I said, this is already past the building part. This is an attack on us as council. Let's see how tough you are, council. So.
Yeah, I guess I'm the last one to speak. It's frustrating. I had so much to say, but
Got all day. See.
something that was put together to help the community to revitalize it, to go this far, that I sat and watched staff yesterday that are actually scared to send workers out to Irvin at this point of time, absolutely disgusts me that we could be bullied to this point. Frustrates me, disgusting. With my head, I'm going to go against Richard and vote for this motion because I'm worried about the safety of the staff and everybody involved and my counselors. But my gut is being pulled apart because that is the wrong thing to do. And the first time in 10 years, I'm doing something that's against what my gut feeling is to do. Everybody did what they were supposed to do to get the library to this point, and we're allowing half a dozen bullies to push us into this. Absolutely disgusting what we're doing. I can't say anymore because Michelle?
I do have one more thing to say. I am with Richard. I am not going to change my mind on this. We have done this twice already, and to me, this whole process right at the moment seems like it, I guess I will stop there. I'm just going to, I think it's setting precedents, and I'm going to stick to my guns.
I'm not going to say anymore. I'm going to ask for the vote. Vote, please.
You want to reread the
What's the motion?
motion? Thank you.
That council rescind resolution numbered 2023-094. Council direct administration to proceed with the Urban Community Resource Center project as previously approved and to remove the project from the 2023 capital budget.
Did you want to say something? One more. Yep, quickly.
I agree with Richard, but our staff doesn't get paid to be in the front line like we are. People make a choice that want to stand in the front, and that would be like the military, the police, all first responders do it every day. And our staff are professionals, they work hard, they dedicate their time to this project and every other project. And I'm like you, I don't like it, but I believe that their welfare comes first. And for that reason, I'm going to vote for the motion.
That's the only reason I'm voting.
Richard?
So the challenge is the fact that it's the vocal ones that now that get heard, and the ones that don't care to have a daily confrontation with the people that are opposed to this, they lose. How fair is that, right? We've had the noisy ones in here, and you can understand why the most of the citizens that are in favor did not want to be here, because there's no reasoning for the discussion. I feel for staff. I really, really do, and I know how much time they've lost on this project when they should be doing our other jobs, right? But to say that we did something wrong, like we did, is we followed procedures. Did we communicate as much as we wanted? No. Maybe there was more, right? But the vocal ones now are controlling council. I can't step across that line. You know what? If the RCMP have to be called in and sit down there on that construction site, fine. But so you're thinking that if we cancel this project, that Irvin's just going to go back to normal. Well, you're going to have all those people, and the bulk of those people in Irvin were in favor of this. They're going to still have to deal, like they're the ones that are going to be really, really upset. And how do you carry on a conversation with the other person that has canceled this project? It's not going to be their lovey-dovey down there. It's still going to be a wreck. And you can look at future projects that we're going to bring forward, and the message you're sending today is be vocal, be in everybody's face, and rip apart everything that this government does here in this council chambers. You question every procedure, every bylaw, everything that we've done, and if you do enough of that and you waste enough of staff's time, there's a good possibility that we're going to walk away from something that we've made the motion on, we've passed. Yeah, I'm not crossing that line. I'm not letting the bullies win. I just feel it's wrong.
Hate it, hate it, hate it.
What's the point of even being here if whatever we say, just somebody comes in, makes noise, they can get away with it?
It is a no-win situation.
Take a 5-minute recess before I ask for the vote.
Yeah, let's take a break. Let's have lunch. Let's recess till after lunch.
Recess this till after lunch. So we still have a motion on the floor. Leslie Ann, can you read that motion off, please?
The current motion on the floor is that council rescind resolution number 2023-094. Council direct administration to proceed with the Urban Community Resource Center as previously approved and to remove the project from the 2023 capital budget. And that was moved by Councillor Hawk.
Thank you. Keith, you have something to add?
Yeah, if I may speak to the motion. In the last month and a half, there's certainly been a lot of information that I have learned about this because I knew virtually nothing. So anything I learned, I just welcomed the information from whatever source it came. So I've kind of broke this down in my own mind according to the reasons why we should not proceed with this as coming from the people that have talked to me that are against this project. The first would be the location and the fact that it is a memorial park and the land was donated to the town of Irvine or the county or whenever. It's interesting in checking back that as Shane stated that this land was not donated but was taken back under tax recovery. I just checked the details in 1969. So, and I think about 84, 85, then the county took over the town of Irvine. So that to me is a point that takes away some of the division, if that fact is known. The next thing that came to my mind up front at the beginning were the trees in the park. And it is my understanding that we are going to have to take some of them down due to liability because it's on our property. It is also my thought process that we will protect and keep any trees that are not a liability. I understand the value of trees. My dad planted about 3 miles of Caraganas when I was 6 years old. That was my summer project along with my brothers, to hold those things. So I know the value of trees. And the value of the trees is so great, we went and planted another 3 miles. So I value windbreaks, I value trees, but I also realize that trees alongside of humans have a lifespan. So sometimes we have to do what we have to do, whether we like it or whether we don't. I do not like the idea of taking down a tree that people find solace under, they find peace and relaxation under, and in a park, that's important. I understand that, but I also don't want the branch to fall on their head while they're in meditation. Another aspect that came to my attention very, very initially was the flooding of the park. I was sent a picture of the flood, and yes, the park had water in it. But as it was pointed out to me this morning under the government website, that anything north of the highway is not in a flood zone. So I find it hard to restrict what we are wanting to do when it's not technically in a flood zone. The railway was of concern, but if we think back, every town and city at the turn of the century was built bang right next to the railway. The buildings were within 12 feet of the railway. people walked up and down the ramps right in front of, between the station and the railway. I think a railway is just a way of life, like there's danger in riding a quad. Do we have to educate ourselves to those dangers? Absolutely. Or we pay a very great price for our mistakes. Communication. I think communication is a big deal. Side matter, we talk about communication every time we come back from a fire call. As fire chiefs and emergency services, communication is our number one issue that we always talk about. How could we have done it better? What did we learn? Where did we go wrong? We're not there to point fingers. We're there to learn from our mistakes. And communication, the bigger the event, the bigger the potential for not communicating and the bigger the potential for having a disaster. So communication is one thing that we are always going to have to work on. And regardless of how this goes forward, communication is a big thing. The last thing I want to address is, I think and I believe that this is a boost to the town of Irvine. This is our commitment and our show of support for the town, no different than Dunmore, no different than Seven Persons, no different than Suffield. And we know that there have been some people in those other towns that they don't agree with us, and they continually remind us of what they think that we did wrong, and we just keep on going. I told a few people this illustration. If we have 360 people and we line them shoulder to shoulder in a big circle and we place an object in the middle, we will all see that object in the middle a little bit differently. And there will be those that stand across the circle from us and they will see it exactly the opposite. But we are there not to tell the other person they're wrong, but to get a more complete picture, because none of us have a complete picture. So over the last month, I have endeavored to listen to everybody's point of view and to understand where they're coming from and to really kind of think this through. I'm disappointed today because there are no winners. We're not winners. Nobody else is a winner. The loss of reputation is huge, and no matter who thinks they won, I think we've all lost already, and some people are going to continue to lose. I think as we go ahead, we still proceed with honor and dignity. We proceed with integrity, and sometimes we can outlive the accusations and sometimes we don't. It's not the first time, I'm sure any of us have been in this position, but as we go ahead, continuing to care about the members of our community and the members of our county, we will minimize the damage. I'm still not sure how I'm going to vote, but that's kind of some of the issues that as I have seen them and as I've tried to think them through. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Lloyd?
Well, Keith has really spoken quite well. I have to agree with a lot. I know we talked. I still, top priority is the staff, and rethinking this, I think if we pass this motion, it's going to be worse for harassment. To say that we're punishing them or somebody for it, I think we should defeat it and go on with building a library where we already have decided to do. And not everybody in this group is negative towards us about it. There is, these phone calls I've been taking in the last week, there's been a minimum of 14. I forget the exact number that I've had. But I'm going to say at least 3 of them were pretty nasty calls. And it has me concerned about their attitude. But the rest of them, they wanted information, and some didn't understand, and they all still want it moved. But I am for building the library where it should be, where we said.
Anybody else have anything to say? Sure. Richard?
I'll go back to the statement that I said before, that we're elected officials, we have a job to do, and we look at all the stuff that comes forward, but this fear that's out there for our employees, it's for the library right now. What about the next building that we come up with? What about the next project? What about any of the motions, the bylaws? We talked about meeting on April 4th, and we're going to put some plans together and see what everybody, where we can do things and how we can do them and stuff. Well, that's probably just going to be a total waste of time, because you can just get a group together and you can threaten our employees, and we're going to shut down, instead of saying, come on, if you want to threaten our employees, we will be working with the right, with whether it's RCMP or whoever, and say, fine, if that's the way you feel, bring it on. But it's not gonna end with this. You're opening a gate that says, bring on anything. I don't sit on the planning commission. If the planning commission says, no, you can't build that building, okay, well, I guess we'll make enough noise and we'll threaten the staff, and it's going to pass. Like I said, this has gone beyond the building. This is now where they're tearing everything apart that this municipality stands for.
Robin?
So I 100% agree that threatening anybody is never okay. And I 100% agree that intimidation is not okay. One of the things that I also think is fundamental in what we do is having the ability to, present when you have disagreements, and, to make a statement that, if something in the planning commission doesn't go well, what are we going to do, make a fuss? Yeah, actually, people do that lots. But it's just a question of how is it managed, and disrespect is never okay. Threatening staff is never okay. But my experience in this here too has also been that not everybody is irrational. I've had a lot of very good conversations with people, and the conversations I've had with people where they were, let's say, irrational or maybe a little bit overly excited, definitely came from a place of desperation. Certainly not from maliciousness. And so, I think that people mobilizing and talking, I think engagement is good. I think that recognizing that you've been a part of this project for a lot more at the ground level, that engagement can be seen as a negative. I look at Irvine right now and I see that there's a lot of people that are engaged in the community, and I'd like to think that we could find a way somehow to turn that engagement into positive engagement for the community, because there are a lot of people and there is a lot of community spirit. I actually haven't had any phone calls from anybody that has been like actively advocating for it in that spot. Most of the people just want it in a different location. They like the library. And so, I take that into account. And I'd like to be able to see this as an engagement challenge, and how do we engage with people in a way where their opposition can be turned into a positive by having more engagement and involving them. Maybe I'm dreaming, but I still think that that's kind of part of what we do, is corralling people that have differing ideas, and sometimes it changes the plan slightly, and sometimes it doesn't. But I don't think that just because they're excitable, and we have to have the expectations on safety. That's a no doubter. But I don't disqualify them because they're frustrated either.
Anybody else want to speak? I'm not seeing any other questions or comments.
What's the motion?
The motion on the floor is that council rescind resolution 2023-094. Council direct administration to proceed with the Urban Community Resource Center project as previously approved, and to remove the project from the 2023 capital budget.
Hopefully everybody's ready. I'll ask for the vote. That motion is not carried. So as it stands now, the library still goes ahead the way it's been.
The way it was.
The way it was, yep. All right, I know that was a difficult decision for everybody. Everybody, if they're anything like me, had mixed emotions all the way through that. But a motion of council is a motion of council. We all stand behind it now, we all go forward with it. That's the way it rolls. I just hope all this bullying crap stops, because our staff doesn't deserve any of that. If anybody's watching that, that's a message that we're sending forward as council. Enough is enough. We've made the decision, it's going through. What's next on our agenda?
Closed session, Mr. Chairman.
All right, can I get a motion to go in camera?
Sure.
Shane, vote. I don't know, might be all green, I couldn't tell you. That's carried. So, the 10.1, you were just sending that around? 10.1, we didn't need a motion, you were just gonna send that around to us?
Yeah, so for the City of Medicine Hat, that comments, so yeah, so Aaron and Kim are gonna work on the letter, the response. We'll forward it to council. If you have any suggestions. Well, we have to get it in by the end of this week.
No, we don't. We can wait till,
I told them, you guys, it'd be in by
shouldn't
the
have
end.
lied.
Well, I guess I should never have committed. I should have said next year.
Actually, I jumped on the fire agreement. We're okay for that, or do we need a motion on that to sign it?
Yeah, so the motion is that the CAO and the Reeve execute the agreement.
Robin's moving that. Vote?
Oh, yes.
That's carried. 10.2, you'll send around to us. 10.3, Keith's motion is to,
Want me to read it? That council directs administration to cancel the tender as the submitted tender is over the allotted budget and to reissue a tender for the 7 persons multi-use building.
oh yeah, as long as it's around the budget, right? If it stays at the budget that we're expecting, then it'll just go ahead. If it goes over the budget, then we have to bring it back.
Oh, I can put
So,
the dollar
yeah,
amount
so we
in
need
the
to put,
motion.
no, we need to do that. Good point.
At
So,
a cost not exceeding.
not exceeding
That 2 million was
2.1.
2.1 million? Then if the tenders come in, they can award,
No, it's, no.
we can get on it. Right, would have been 2 point,
Oh, sorry, 2.3. I didn't put contingency in, sorry.
2.3?
Yep, 2.325.
I'll reread the motion if you want.
yeah, please.
Council directs administration to cancel the tender as submitted as the tender is over the allotted budget and to reissue a tender for the 7 persons multi-use building at a cost not exceeding $2.3 million.
Everybody's clear? Vote? That's carried.
How about a motion for, get price, new price for moving the 1-4?
Do you need a motion for that, or are you just gonna dig one?
Get a price for the movement of the 1-4.
Oh, we got direct, unless you guys wanted like just that administration brings back current costs to move the.
Yes.
Actually, you know what, I think that would be, that would be wise.
Yes.
Council directs administration to bring back prices to move the building from 1-4 to,
Yeah.
sorry. My recommendation be is that council directs administration to get current costs of moving the 1-4 fire hall to the hamlet of Irvin and presents to council for your consideration.
Shane's moving that.
I move that, from 1-4 or from Ernest's place? Oh, from 1-4.
Yeah, we're not closed.
Oh, yeah, right, but, oh, yeah.
Vote?
Oops.
Well, if he's watching, he knows now.
Well, we're moving
That's
it.
carried.
So is that,
What's that? Oh. Yeah, you voted. It's carried.
that 1-4 building, is that on private land or is that on,
It's ours.
still on our land?
There was a subdivision done about, what, 6 years ago, 7 years ago?
8 years ago now.
8 years ago now. And, yeah, and so, yeah, there's subdivision taken out and the land was purchased and it's in the name of Cypress County.
Yeah, we weren't putting a building out on land that wasn't our name. But it's right close to the border.
Yeah, it's
All right.
under my- Wow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a stressful day, but Oh, for moving that, they're just bringing it back for us for information.
Motion on the budget.
Oh, yeah, we already have a number in there.
We don't want one, because that's what bit us on the fire hall over here. We budgeted 1.3 million, then we went to the guy and said, what do you want for your building?
So it's already in the budget, the combined number.
We need it, and that, we know that's what it was on their last one.
Amount of discussed and closed, but it will just combine the money amounts. Does that
It's already been recorded in the stream.
It's live, it's known. Oh, I got so many things went through my mind. Okay, meeting adjourned.